Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Falscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Lord, in humble appreciation, we must acknowledge that there are no adjectives big enough, wide enough, or deep enough to embrace your being. There are no words to fully capture or enable us to apprehend the scope of your being. You are God. Your word in Psalm 139, verses 1 through 16 reveals that there's no place that any of us can hide from your presence. You can't be outsmarted, outdone, outpaced, or overwhelmed. You can't be caught off guard, overpowered, shocked, stunned, or dumbfounded by anything. You are God. And even though we are created by you and our human understanding is vastly limited, you have given us an awareness that you are vastly unlimited. You are unrestricted and unrestrained in all that you choose to do. So thank you for choosing to reveal yourself and even to share with us various qualities of your being, along with the many blessings you provide. Your mercies are new every day. Your compassion fails not, and your grace is sufficient for all our needs. Keep us ever aware of your loving kindness and save us from being a part of that group mentioned in Romans chapter 1, verses 18 through 32, where they refused to glorify you as God and were not thankful. Help us to maintain a daily awareness and appreciation that you are God. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen and amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On a point of personal privilege, Chair recognizes the Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, on February the 11th, the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl for the second time, and millions of people around the Chiefs' kingdom are already talking about a three-peat if the Chiefs could just win the Super Bowl one more time. Mr. President, this morning we have with us a team that has already accomplished the three-peat. The Independence High School Bulldogs tennis team won the boys Class 4A state championship in 2021, 2022, and 2023. So 3 years in a row, the Dogs are Class 4A state champions in tennis, a three-peat. Not only did the Dogs win the state championship, but the tournament in Pratt, for the first time in school history, they also took gold both in singles and doubles division. Additionally, the Bulldogs were the only 4A team to have all 6 members of the team advance to the second day of the tournament. I'm going to recognize some of these, or all of these athletes individually, and they will stand as I call their names. Senior Cale Groff. Cale grabbed the gold in singles by defeating a tough opponent from Parsons, 7-5, 6-3. Cale finished his senior season with an overall record of 31 wins and 7 losses. Now, winning isn't a new thing to Cale. As a sophomore, he won it all and was crowned the singles state champion. As a junior, he ran up against a tough opponent and finished runner-up with a silver medal, number 2 in the state. That was as a junior. And then as a senior, of course, he won the state individuals championship. We have a tandem of seniors, or a tandem of individuals, a senior Easton Morris and junior Camden Julian. They brought home the gold in the doubles division. During the tournament, the Morris-Julian duel won all of their matches in straight sets, which I find that rather impressive, frequently winning sets by a 6-0 score. These two athletes finished the season with a record of 31-6. Other team members added to the team points, which was valuable to the total to winning a state championship for the 3rd time in a row. Aiden Denny and Tucker Gregory snagged 6th place finish in the doubles. We have an athlete who's not with us today, Owen Clapp. He also brought in points as a 12th place finish. So these athletes standing before you today, again, are three-peat state champions for Class 4A boys tennis. So join me in congratulating these young men for their accomplishments as state champions. Now, Mr. President, I've got the distinct honor of doing something that very seldom does it happen in the state of Kansas, or in any state for that matter. Not only were the boys state champions in 4A tennis, the girls, the Independence Lady Bulldogs tennis team, were also state champions. They have for several years had a winning tradition. They placed 4th in state in 2021, and they were runners-up the very next year in 2022, leading up to a state championship in 2023 this past fall. The Lady Dogs came away with the gold medal and individual medals for 2nd place, 3rd place, and a 4th place finish. Now, during the cold, windy conditions of the tournament, and the girls said it was cold and it was windy, so that was an extra obstacle that they had to overcome. They captured the girls' state championship trophy by finishing with 37 combined points, significantly ahead of McPherson with 28 points and Bishop Miege with 24 points. Junior Ava Morris went into the state tournament as the number 2 seed in singles. Winning her Friday matches, Ava moved on to Saturday, where she won her first 2 matches in straight sets, advancing her to the semifinals. However, after easily winning her first set in the semis, leading in the second set 5-0, Ava's opponent came back strong and tied the set at 5-all. Morris proved her grit and won that match by a 7-5 score, putting her into the finals. Although Ava played fierce tennis with her smooth strokes, excellent shot placement, and good patience, she lost to the number 1 seed in the finals, earning a silver medal. And of course, Ava's goal is a personal state championship as a senior. Interestingly, we've got some seniors who are twins, Hannah and Ellie Kippenberger. I can't tell them apart, except one of them's got on a different color jacket than the other one. They played together as a doubles team, and they entered the tournament as the number 3 seed in doubles. They won their Friday matches and advanced to the day 2, where they won their first match in straight sets, but had to battle through a marathon with a Wellington team, finally winning the match 6-4, 2-6, 6-4. All season, the Kippenberger sisters played with confidence and poise, but in the semifinals, fell to an aggressive McPherson team, putting them in the 3rd place consolation match. I'm going to ask those girls to, they are still standing. Okay, don't have to ask them to. Junior Callie Scherholtz, I don't think I pronounced that name right. I apologize, Callie. And sophomore Brooklyn Maddox, this is another doubles duo, entered the tournament as the number 5 seed. Winning their Friday matches in straight sets, they moved into Saturday, where they were victorious over number 4 Wellington, 6-1, 6-3. However, their next opponent was the number 1 seed and defending double state champions out of Topeka Hayden. Like their teammates, they were unable to move past the semifinals, which pitted them against their friends, the Kippenberg girls, fighting for 3rd place. In the consolation match, the seniors took the first set 6-2, but the younger team claimed the second set 6-4. By winning the 3rd and final set, the 3rd place team was determined. The team of Schulholtz and Maddox, which was the younger team, and again, I apologize for butchering your name, won the match, and they took 3rd place, but also allowing a respectable 4th place finish to the twins. With the Bulldog boys winning the 4A state tennis team title in the spring and the Lady Bulldogs winning the title in the fall, a Keisha Ryder dubbed 2023 the year of the Bulldog, which we kind of like the way that sounds. We also have with us this morning, colleagues, a longtime coach and a member of the Kansas State High School Activities Association Hall of Fame class of 2023 inductee, Ken Brown. Coach Brown, if you would stand, please. A lot of the success of the Independence teams goes to the consistency and coaching ability of Coach Brown. A point of interest for those of you who have been in this chamber for a little while, Coach Brown did coach former Senator Jeff King when he was a member of the IHS Independence tennis team. Joining the team today is also Gina McLennan, who is the girls coach and assistant boys coach. And finally, as the students told me, the driver for the vehicle, actually he is the assistant principal and athletic director of Independence High School, Marcus Lanning, if you would stand, Mr. Lanning. So now you have the opportunity to see girls championship team, boys championship team, a 2023 inductee into the Keisha Hall of Fame, and the coaches who guide these teams and the assistant principal who keeps them disciplined in the hallways before you this morning. So again, please join me now in congratulating the girls 4A state championship Lady Bulldogs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations on your accomplishments and welcome to the Kansas Senate. Please note references to bills on page 1 and 2 of the calendar. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we'll take the following. Bills on page 3 through 5 of the calendar. Senate Bill 333, Senate Bill 359, Senate Bill 381, Senate Bill 387, Senate Bill 420, Senate Bill 430, and Senate Bill 431. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 333, an act concerning state use law. Senate Bill 359, an act concerning motor vehicles. Senate Bill 381, an act concerning coroners. Senate Bill 387, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 420, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill 430, an act concerning workers' compensation. Senate Bill 431, an act concerning the state capitol.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Vascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Aye.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley. Do we know where the senator from Sherman is? I'll go ahead and take explanation if there are any. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to have the opportunity to submit written remarks concerning my aye vote on Senate Bill 430.
So ordered. Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to explain my vote on Senate Bill 387 to be spread across the journal. I voted no on SB 387 for the following reasons. I know many school districts that have non-resident transfer policies. It would be good to have an audit of how many schools have a non-resident transfer policy, what do those policies encompass, data on number of non-resident transfers and where they are coming from and why, and how many are denied and why. And without this information and completely understanding what is working and not working, it is difficult to define the problem. While the legislation states a legislative post-audit will be conducted in 2024 for an audit on non-resident student transfers, I believe it would be best to have that information first to define the problem and develop legislation accordingly. To me, this is also a local issue, local control issue. Local school board education members are elected by their community to make the best decisions for their school district. In most school districts, the Board of Education members are volunteers and serve on many subcommittees as well, and they do not get paid. They are very dedicated to their community, parents, and students. The appeal process is a concern. There is no other appeal process that I'm aware of that would take a Board of Education decision to the Commissioner of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. We will hold just for a minute for Senator from Sherman. And I would, just a quick reminder, explanation of votes in the journal, 200 words. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. With her permission, I would like to join the senator from Riley on her favorite 200 words.
So ordered. Again, Senator Sherman's in the building. We're going to wait for him to come up, close the roll.
What is?
Penny, are you seeking recognition?
Yeah, I want to vote no on Senate Bill 359, the license plate tag. I think I've made it very clear. I know we're getting $40 for each tag, what I was told, but it's being paid by Kansans for that $40. So we're not getting it from them. So when we start, hopefully next year we can do some tags for New Mexico and Colorado and Wisconsin and, you know, all of them. Thank you.
So that's a change of vote coupled with an explanation of vote. Very good. Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Thank you. Any further changes, explanations? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Forty having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 420, Senate Bill 381, Senate Bill 430, Senate Bill 431, 38 having voted in favor and 2 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 333, 37 in favor and 3 opposed to Senate Bill 387, 36 in favor and 2 opposed to Senate Bill 359. These measures, having reached their constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. We're now ready for the non-debatable motion from Senator Halden made yesterday on the withdrawal of Senate Bill 302 from the committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We're now ready for the non-debatable motion made by Senator Halden to withdraw Senate Bill 328 from committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. Recognize the recognized Majority Leader from Cali. Sorry, do you need to pause? Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Order.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Chair appoints the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The Senate, having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed in the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 423, The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate Bill 423 would grant the Commissioner of Insurance the ability to decrease the number of appointed board members on certain boards that fall under the Commissioner's appointing authority. The bill would also remove a requirement for the Committee on Surety Bonds and Insurance to meet at least once per week. We had testimony that the Commissioner would like to decrease these 5 boards from either 9 or 7 members to 5 members. They testified that it's becoming more and more difficult for her to find people willing to serve on these boards, and also that the Committee on Surety Bonds and Insurance, the statutory requirement for them to meet once per month, there is not enough business for them to do to meet on a monthly basis. So they would like the ability to strike that. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 423 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 318. The chair recognizes the senator from, take that back. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 356. The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate Bill 356 requires that the per diem amounts, expenses, and funding for examinations be reasonable and establishes a tiered fee structure for examination of insurance companies and societies based on gross premiums. In Kansas, the Kansas Insurance Department conducts financial examinations on all domestic insurance companies at least once every 4 years. The actual cost of the examination is incurred by the department invoice to the insurance company. Sometimes the department must utilize external contractual services to find the expertise necessary for the examination. SB 356 establishes an overall maximum amount the department can charge insurance companies for the cost of the examination. Naturally, these exams are cheaper for the smaller insurance companies and more expensive for the larger insurance companies. The bill establishes a 7-tiered schedule. So with that, there was no opponents, there's no SGF. It passed out of committee with unanimous vote, so I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Butler? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to stand in support of this bill. It does give certainty of fee inspections to these folks, and they've asked for it, and I think it's a very reasonable thing to do. Thank you.
Are there questions for the senator from Butler? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 356 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 318. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senate Bill 318 was introduced in Ways and Means and referred to Judiciary. It was introduced by Senator Bowers on behalf of the Kansas Municipal Judges Association. And the association asks us to look at the requirement of municipal courts fingerprinting for certain classes of misdemeanors, for certain violations of certain ordinances and statutes. And those ordinances and statutes relate to driving without a valid driver's license and driving without proof of insurance. There were no opponents to the bill, and the municipal courts are asking for the change, seeing that no significant impact on public safety would be incurred, but to use court services more efficiently. It takes a lot of court personnel and time to do the fingerprinting for these misdemeanors, and the bill is also supported by the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, the Kansas Sheriff's Association, and the Kansas Peace Officers Association, with testimony in support from the municipal court in Shawnee, Kansas, in Wichita, Kansas, and in Mission, Kansas. And with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the underlying bill. I was in committee and I didn't have a chance. I drafted an amendment, but I didn't have it ready in committee, so I brought it to the floor. So my amendment is 3208, and I will explain it at the right time.
Give us a moment to get that distributed. Senator, you may explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I told the carrier that I was going to bring this amendment. And I tried to do it in committee as a conceptual, but it was too big and too broad. So basically what my amendment would do in city court, if either the person presenting had video evidence or their counsel, that the city attorney would have to look at it and review it. I had a situation up in my district where they had good video evidence. It was streetlight evidence, camcorder from the law enforcement. The local prosecutor wouldn't review it. Could have made this situation a lot easier to resolve and less costly for the person if they would have just reviewed it. I think it's a gray hole in the law where the prosecutor, when you've got good evidence showing someone didn't do something, they won't at least review it. I think that's poor on us to have that loophole in the law. So what this amendment will do, it will, the prosecutor at least have to look at it. And I know lawyers, if they review evidence that's fair or favorable to the person that's getting the ticket, they'll do the right thing. So this is just saying they have to look at it. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the senator from Johnson would stand for a question.
You will.
Thank you. So eventually, how did that individual present that evidence? Was it through their attorney, or was that video ever viewed?
That video
Senator
was
from Johnson,
reviewed.
Senator Olson.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, yeah. The video was reviewed, but not by the prosecutor. It was standard law enforcement video that was the camera they have in their car, and it was also stoplight video. The person had a choice to spend $2,000 or $3,000 and vindicate themselves, or take $140 and do a diversion. And so, if it had spent a couple $1,000s, he probably still was gonna lose in the deal, but it would have just been nice if the prosecutor, it's their own footage, would have reviewed it, and it's pretty obvious, so.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Madam Chair, would the reviewing of that footage, would it be they shall, or would it be they may?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
My understanding, they have to review the footage. I don't see if it's a shall or may. that's presented by either the defense counsel or the person if upon request. So this isn't going to be every case. It's only going to be cases where it's requested. And I think it's important. I mean, young individual, and, we want people to trust law enforcement and the process, and we want to also, in this situation, I think the real bad person was the prosecutor. That was simple in my mind to review that evidence. I seen it, and I wouldn't have this amendment if I didn't think it was necessary. I'm sure there's cases that are slipping through where people don't feel the evidence is there and they want to present it. They want to keep that off their record. But going to court's not cheap. I mean, then you got to, you don't have to, but most people want to protect yourself with a lawyer, and, it's not cheap. And at least if the, prosecutor would look at the evidence, I would think, if it's obvious, that their ethics will take over, so.
Are there other questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for the carrier of the amendment. Did the carrier discuss the proposed amendment with any city attorneys?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
No, I didn't. I feel like, this is what we're here to do, to fix things. And, so many times we're asked, did we check with law enforcement or did we check with the city attorney? I don't know that that's their job to tell us what's right and wrong. I think it's our job in here. And I think, in my aspect, I would have thought the city attorney would have reviewed the evidence that's presented by another counsel, if nothing else. But, they're not. So what are we going to do? We're going to leave that gray area of the law because councils don't want to, take the time to look. Someone might be innocent, and this is a way to make sure that person, before they have to go down a large expense, can show their case. And I'll tell you, you get someone that feel like they didn't do something wrong, there's video evidence, these people are never going to believe in our system if we don't have good players on the other side looking at the evidence and being willing to do that.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposed amendment puts what looks like a heavy burden on city attorneys, requiring that the city attorney shall inspect and review every audio and video recording relevant to the case that is presented or provided to the city attorney by the accused person or the accused person's counsel. And I understand the intent is to make sure that all defendants are provided due process and a fair opportunity to present their defense. One of the requirements already in law is that exculpatory evidence has to be provided to the defendant. That means evidence of that's helpful or favorable to the defendant is already required to be provided to the defendant. And without hearing from the city attorneys on this issue, and what it would do to their caseload if they were required to inspect and review every audio and video recording, that who is going to be determining if it's relevant or not. I don't know if this would necessarily impact the orderly proceedings in our municipal courts or not. I would like some input from our city attorneys that would be impacted by that part of the amendment.
Are there other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the people that are going to present this are going to be the people that believe that, their case, that they're innocent. And I think this is a way to get people at least talking and reviewing the evidence, making sure both sides playing fair. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Are there other questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate bill provides an opportunity for efficiency in our municipal courts and to also, Madam Chair, I recall that I had a technical amendment to the bill that I had asked the reviser for. I don't see the reviser here. Can
Senator, do you have a number on your amendment?
I do, Madam Chair. It is 3311.
Buddy, we will stand at ease for a moment while the amendment is processed. I believe the amendment is ready for distribution. If you'll give us just a moment to get that distributed. Do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll explain it, Madam Chair. It's very short and technical. The first is by striking on line 13 the words 2022 SUP. It's a citing construction that our reviser is no longer using, so they're not referencing the supplemental and the year any longer in our bills. So striking that. And then on line 17, striking the word 8-142 and the reference to that statute, and that is the statute of That is when no certificate of title has been issued for your car, that it is already not a fingerprinted offense, and this change just keeps that in place. So it's already not something that our courts are required to fingerprint for. And then also striking the word vehicle on line 3 in the title. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Gudeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a question for the gentlelady from Johnson. So are we saying that one has purchased a vehicle and then they don't have the title hasn't been mailed yet? Just if she could clarify. I wasn't listening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill wouldn't impact title or registration for the vehicle. So because the amendment would be striking any reference to that statute, 8-142. So the bill, if it's amended, would be silent on registration or certificate of title.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator
Madam
Faust-Gudeau.
Chair, thank you for the clarification.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Are there additional questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close and I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 318 as amended favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 339. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 339 will be the most riveting bill that we've considered all day. That is
Excuse me, Senator, if we could keep the side conversations to a minimum, it's getting difficult to hear in the chamber. So if we could please keep the conversations to a minimum. My apologies, Senator from Lyon, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the annual date change bill for risk-based capital instructions. All it does is it changes the date from December 31 of 22 to December 31 of 23, and I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 339 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 345. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 345 would create the Commercial Financing Disclosure Act pertaining to certain commercial financing transactions between a provider and a business. These loans or transactions are generally revenue-based financing, and this would create a regulatory environment that would require them to disclose things like the total amount of funds expended, the total amount to be paid to providers, total cost of the transaction, the manner of repayment and the terms, and the disclosure of prepayment, and it also provides civil penalties for those violations. This is a fairly new industry that does purchasing of accounts receivable or revenue-based financing where they would take a percentage of revenue. There is about $36 million worth of these transactions that have been made in Kansas to over 2,000 businesses, mostly small in nature. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lyon? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of Senate Bill 345. It does provide some other financing options for our small businesses out there, and I've seen it used in my own community, and I like that it's putting best practices in place for this practice, so I stand in support. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the carrier of the bill will stand for a question.
He's standing.
Thank you. I know there's a number of bills coming across the floor today from FI&I, and some of these are pretty deep, and I just want to be sure I understand what is in and what is not in this particular bill. If he could basically characterize as far as how this bill would affect, say, a credit card statement for a consumer purchases of goods via credit card, what changes, how does this impact basically the relationship between the vendor and the consumer?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe there would be any difference in a credit card transaction between either a merchant or a consumer because this is not a credit card transaction. This is a completely different financing than a credit card.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Okay, so I just want to be sure I understand that basically this does not involve credit card transactions involving consumers.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
That is my understanding.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
An even more pointed question, Madam Chair. This is not the bill that would have anything to do with allowing retailers to pass along credit card charges as long as it's noted in the credit card statement to consumers. This does not contain any such language, does it?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
It does not.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there additional questions for the Senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 345 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 338. The chair recognizes a senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate Bill 338 is changing certain reporting requirements of group-funded liability and workers' compensation pools. Basically, there's two things in this. Number one, it was brought by the Kansas Insurance Department, but the two things is, in law, pools must submit a certified financial audit to the Kansas Insurance Department 150 days after their fiscal year. This bill extends the deadline for 30 days. Pools have communicated a need for this extension and has made it difficult to complete audits in a timely manner. As we all know, we live in a complex world today, and 30 days is understandable. The second part of that, in law, group-funded workmen's compensation pools must notify the insurance commissioner when a member leaves or terminated from a pool within 10 days. The department has determined that this notification is not necessary, and this is unnecessary regulation. So there's no opponents. This came out of committee with a unanimous vote, no fiscal effects, so I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Butler? Senator from Lyon, oh, I'm sorry. Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 338 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Without objection, we will pass over Bill 493, and it will retain its place on the calendar. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 405. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 405 would amend the Kansas Uniform Securities Act to address violations of the act by a control person and subject the control person in certain circumstances to administrative and civil action. Under current law, those that are registered, or in other words, have a security license with the Securities Commissioner, can be charged either administratively or assessed civil fines for acts against the regulations and law of the Securities Act. A control person would be a supervisor or someone like that. Under current statute, if they are not a registrant, then the Securities Commissioner has no course of action against them if they know or should have known that someone that they are controlling is committing those acts. So this would allow the Securities Commissioner to assess administrative or civil penalties against that control person if they know or should have known that the person that they are controlling is committing acts against the securities law. We had some questions in caucus that I want to answer. So if a control person is ordering an employee to commit that act, they could not be charged administratively or civilly, but they could be charged criminally if they are ordering. This act would also allow the Securities Commissioner, if they were not ordering, but they were signing the contracts knowing they were improper, or they knew or should have known that their employees were committing acts, this would allow the Security Commissioner to assess administrative or civil penalties against that control person. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Lyon? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions. How would the Securities Commissioner assess administrative penalties if this category of people to be newly regulated aren't licensed or registered?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Let me get clarification for that if I could. Thank you, Madam Chair. This would allow, as an example, one example of the question for the Senator from Johnson, this could allow a cease and desist order to be placed on that individual or that company based on the activity that that control person was either approving or supervising.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The cease and desist order is an administrative order, or is that a civil order from a civil court?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
The answer I received from the department, that was the example that was given to me as an administrative action.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the chair was kind and entertained a lot of concerns and questions in committee, and some of them concerned this is a new category of persons to be regulated under the commissioner, as well as a new duty or an obligation to exercise reasonable care. And it's rather broad in that we have direct control and indirect control. So there was some discussion in committee about that as well. And indirectly isn't defined in statute, but it is talked about in regulations. So regulation is, it's talked about in regulation. So certainly we don't want to allow bad actors to continue that bad act. And it's just a question of if you're how would this impact a silent partner in an LLC? Or would you then have a duty to go and be more hands-on and not the silent partner, and you're silent and you're not directing any bad behavior? And I think then you wouldn't have a duty to go and could know what was happening, but just a lot of concerns. But I understand the intent behind the bill, so just wanted to share that with the body, that we are creating a new affirmative duty on control people, whether they are direct or indirect, that you have to exercise reasonable care, and you, if you could know of something. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do stand in support of Senate Bill 405. I call it the Bernie Madoff bill. It's really meant to allow for civil penalties to be assessed against some folks that have ownership, but maybe not be the partner or the entity having that securities license. I shared this Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren's concerns on that about opening this up, and I think it's something we're gonna have to watch over the next few years to see if there's any kind of gray area that we need to address, but I do support this bill, and I think it's good for our Kansas folks out there who've suffered from these bad actors. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious if the carrier bill could talk about, reading through our bill brief here, our caucus got, it sounds like this is introduced by the Commissioner of Insurance. I just want to see if the Insurance Department had presented any examples of why this was needed.
Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill was requested by the Insurance Department. I will remind the body that we changed the law a number of years ago that put supervision of the Securities Commissioner underneath the Insurance Commissioner, so this is the likely place that it would come from. There were anecdotal situations given in proponent testimony of why this was needed. I don't know that there was a specific case that was pointed out. In my discussions, I'm under the understanding that there are investigations ongoing that, had this law been in place at that time, that would provide some relief to the Securities Commissioner.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just curious, this would be basically, we're talking about basically owners, right, partners of LLCs, expanding that maybe to less involved partners, maybe more of a limited perspective. Would that be correct?
Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
I think that is correct. I don't think it stops at that point. I think what we have to keep in mind, and we had a lot of discussion in committee on the indirect side of this, and I certainly understood the Senator from Johnson's concerns, but I think there's two things we need to keep in mind. Number one, if we were to take indirect out, do we provide a defense for someone who is a bad actor? And second of all, these are complicated and very well run investigations. And so I think there's some prosecutorial discretion that will be used, that if a control person had no direct involvement, had no dereliction in duty and supervision, then why would they assess these penalties on that person? I think this is really going after the person that either knew it was going on or should have known it was going on in a more direct supervisory role than someone who may be a partner that either isn't involved in the day-to-day or whatever. It's really giving the Securities Commissioner the tools to go after those that should have known or did know that this activity was going on.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just so I understand, we're talking about, these would be basically financial related services, securities firm that are under the purview of the Securities Commissioner, which is under the purview of the Insurance Department only, correct?
Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
That is correct.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
So for example, a hypothetical situation, say if we had a TEFI operation, would those partners, would their executive team, what about even say client brokers or dealers or security personnel that would say we're conducting TEFI transactions? If there was something questionable, would this legislation allow the Insurance Department to look at that operation, even though the TEFI operates under the auspices of the Banking Commissioner?
Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess 2 points, one of which the good Senator from Douglas just made, and that is TEFI operation is regulated and controlled by the State Banking Commissioner's Office. The second point I would make is in that example that he gave, those are licensed security brokers who are registrants. So this bill would not apply to them because the security commissioner already has that authority.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
So I guess my question is what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Should we basically extend the scope of this to look at really all financial institutions in the state of Kansas and basically put in the TEFI operations under this scope? Would this be an applicable use of the legislation or not, just in the carrier's opinion?
Senator from Lyons, Senator Longvine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my opinion, it would not. There is a very distinct difference between banking and those that are controlled and regulated by the State Banking Commissioner's Office and securities brokers who are regulated and overseen by the Securities Commissioner.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the responses.
Any other questions for the Senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 405 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate sub for House Bill 2247. The chair recognizes the Senator from Lyon, Senator Longvine, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a modernization of our current UCCC laws in the state of Kansas. To give you some background, the UCCC that we currently operate under was written in 1973. That's not quite as old as I am, but it's within a decade or so. There was some revisions done to it in 1998, but since then there has been very little overhaul of the UCCC. To give you some major highlights of it, under current statutes, we have the Kansas Mortgage Business Act that primarily deals with mortgage activity and lending. Currently, we have statutes regarding that mortgage activity in the UCCC and the KMBA. And so a major part of this revision would move all mortgage activity into the KMBA so that those that are being regulated or consumers would have one place to look instead of two. There are created and updated many new definitions. It created a exemption for certain businesses, entities from licensing under the KMBA. There are coordinating amendments to 16207 and 16207D relating to moving the mortgage provisions. Provisions other than mortgage, requiring books and records requested by the Commissioner for inspection and examination to be provided within 3 days of the written request. Allows a consumer who is unable to pay or repay a payday loan when due may elect once every 12 months to repay that loan through the use of an extended payment plan with no more fees being expended. It establishes the required disclosure of a credit card surcharge, corrections made to internal references based on statutory movements and changes. It allows for electronic signatures in more areas than were previously allowed. Madam Chair, I'd like to take just a moment to explain to the body the process. This work started late April, early May, and we got a large number of stakeholders together and told them that it was time to rewrite the UCCC and to modernize it. We had a number of groups that worked very hard and very diligently on this. First and foremost, I want to thank my reviser. She spent hours and hours and hours working on this. It was a very, very complicated bill to write. Kelly Vanswool with Kansas Bankers Association, their attorney, spent countless hours writing and preparing the drafts and getting the stakeholders together. I think at our last stakeholders meeting, we had close to 40 people in attendance. And it was really kind of amazing that we all came together and decided on this particular bill, and all 40 of those stakeholders walked out of that room supporting the bill, which is pretty amazing. So I can go into much greater detail. I could be here for hours, but rather than do that, I think I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lyon? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the carrier of the bill would stand for question.
He's standing.
Could he tell me, is this the bill that allows the credit card companies to pass along the credit card servicing fees to the consumer, provide they put a notice in their credit card statement that that is what they're doing?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
This is the bill that allows, well, let me restate that. This is the bill that allows merchants to pass along credit card surcharges based on merchant fees to the consumer, but it requires disclosure. So it's not the credit card company charging the consumer, it's the merchant charging the consumer what they are being charged by the credit card companies in fees with disclosure.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
And so the carrier could clarify, right now, are the merchants allowed to do that?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the present UCCC bill, credit card surcharges are not allowed. That language was overturned by a federal court, making our prohibition a zombie law. So we had bills last year that did away with that, would strike that law and allow credit card surcharges, since the federal court had deemed that they were legal. There was a lot of discussion among the parties on what kind of disclosure, if disclosure was needed. We got the parties together over the summer, and they agreed to disclosure language at either the point of entry into the business or at point of sale, but before the transaction was completed. So that's the language that resides in this bill.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I'm curious, Madam Chair, if the carrier could talk about who are the stakeholders at the table who determined how this policy was to be implemented? Who were they?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had representatives from the Kansas Chamber Small Business Group. We had the Restaurant and Hospitality Association. We had American Express. We had representatives that ran it by the other credit card companies. That's who we had at the top of my mind.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I'm curious, were there any consumer stakeholders at the table?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
On this particular issue, there were not.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll cut to the chase here and make my point. And others on the floor, they may have similar, different recollections than me. I have concerns about this provision and now this bill in a number of respects. Number one, this specific issue has popped its head up again, and again, and I feel like it's whack-a-mole, Madam Chair, of where I know proponents of this legislation, and make no mistake, I'm a small merchant, okay, I process credit cards, I get it. However, what has amazed me about this bill is that this specific provision, this has been introduced in countless committees, and somebody correct me, I think it actually maybe a year or a couple of years ago, it may have even ran through the House Tax Committee, got passed, but it's always died. My concern really with this is twofold. Number one, where were the consumers at the table? Where were the consumers at the table when this discussion was had? My second concern, and more a concern about the bill itself, And the carrier can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm wrong a lot of times, I'll admit it, Madam Chair. But this is a House bill. But my understanding is basically these contents have not been run across the House. And so would it be a correct assumption that if the Senate chamber passes this out, it's going to go over to the House for a concur up or down, and that's it? My other concern about this bill is from the perspective of, you know, why was this provision buried in these codes? Because past legislative history of the issue says, you know, okay, I guess it's related, it's similar subject matter, but it's not an integral part of the UCCC or whatever it is called that's before this body today. So I'm concerned, once again, Madam Chair, and I said this at the very beginning of the session about our legislative process is broken. I'm concerned that this bill and how it has weaved its way around, it's not fully transparent, okay? Do our constituents realize what's in this bill? And are both chambers being allowed to basically have an open and free debate in the committee of the whole in both chambers? And so, you know, all I'm trying to say is that I'm not sure our consumers are aware, and maybe they're fine with it. Maybe they understand these things, and that's great. But for my concerns about the transparency on this particular issue, I'll be voting no, because I do think when consumers start getting their credit cards after the session is over, and everybody is running for election and telling me how great and wonderful they are, this will pop up on their statement saying, yeah, but what about this? Anyway, thank you for your comment. My time, Madam Chair.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of points. Number one, the credit card surcharge disclosure language is in the UCCC because the prohibition of charging those was in the UCCC. So that is the only logical place to put it. It is a UCCC issue. There have been numerous provisions. In fact, Senate Bill 104 that is on GO from last year was a credit card surcharge bill that we could never get the two parties to agree on whether there should be disclosure, and if there was disclosure, what that language should be. We were able to, in our negotiations and discussions on the UCCC bill, get them to come to an agreement on A, yes, there should be disclosure, and B, here is the language.
Other questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question. I'm wondering if the senator from Lyon can explain a little more about the process now that's available regarding payday loans.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I can. This is a proposal that in payday lending negotiations for years has been talked about. It's commonly referred to as an off-ramp. This was a measure that was suggested by the OSBC in one of our stakeholder group meetings. So we then went to the payday lenders and asked them if we could put this in. After lots of discussion, they finally agreed. So what this allows is a loan, a person who has a loan with a payday lender that once every 12 months they may request from their lender the off-ramp, which would then provide them that their fees would stop and they would be allowed to repay the loan over 4 installments, and they would be allowed to do that once per year.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that because I think that's one of the more important parts of the bill for some of our consumers. So I'm glad it's there. I'm sorry we had to ask, but obviously at least we got an opportunity. So I will say, and I think I'm just going to say, this is a 103-page bill. that we got notice that it was going to be on general orders last night after 7 p.m. And so I do try to read as much as I can of the bills, but I'm letting my constituents know I have not read every single line of this one. Meanwhile, I'm hoping that the majority leadership will start right now on general orders for tomorrow so that we can be more ready if we have any amendments. So the one change or one concern that I did see, there are two sections in this bill because there are two acts that have different definitions or list of definitions. And one of those on page 14, line 30 is talking about related with respect to a person and what that means. And then on 39, instead of R, it's under P. This is page 15, person related to. With regard to the definition on 39, once the decision was made to strike the wording, who shares the same home with the individual, we could have made that definition a lot shorter and be more consistent with some of the language on 14. I am not going to ask that a 103-page bill be reprinted. Don't have an amendment, but if it comes up again, I think the more we can be consistent about our definitions, the easier it is to understand if there is a difference that's needed because of the act, or if we just carried that wording over from previous statutes. Thank you.
Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Senator from Douglas, and I want to assure her that I have read the bill at least twice, once for me and once for her, knowing that she might not have time. In clarification to her question, what you have in this bill is you have two different acts. You have the Mortgage Act and you have the UCCC. Person is defined differently in the Mortgage Act than it is in the UCCC. So that's why she finds competing definitions of person in the act. I believe that answers your question, but maybe not.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did, I think, in my comments say that I understood that there were two different acts, and that's why we have two different lists. The definition of person on page 39, person related to. So one definition talks about related, the other talks about person. So I'm just saying it might be helpful to have them both the same. And then the other thing is once we strike, who shares the same home with the individual, we can make the definition of person related to much more succinct, but another time.
Other questions for the Senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I once again want to thank all of the parties that were involved in this bill. It was a tremendous amount of work, especially for the reviser that's right behind me. She spent hours and hours and hours working on it. Our proofreaders spent hours and hours, I think 3 proofings at least. So I also want to thank my House counterpart. Chairman Hoheisel was involved in the stakeholder group meetings. He and I had a lot of discussion. In fact, to answer Mr. Holland's question, it was the House that suggested that I put this in a House bill. And it's not a matter of going over for a concur, but it does help in processing on their side. And he does have a hearing scheduled on this bill if it's successful today. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate substitute for House Bill 2247 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our Body, we will stand at ease. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess until 1:45 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. Senate is recessed. The Senate will come to order. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Resolution Number 1743 by Senator Dietrich, a resolution congratulating and commending the award-winning educators of the Milken Educator Awards Program and the Kansas Horizon Award Program.
The chair recognizes Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Resolution Number 1743 is exactly as our reader described it. We do this annually. It's a recognition of our award-winning teachers in Kansas. We had several on our floor not too long ago, our Teachers of the Year. Our Milken Award winners, we have 2 in Kansas, and we have Horizon Award winners, which are first-year teachers who are exceptional. They've been nominated by their school districts, and then they, in their second year of teaching, are perhaps lucky enough to be awarded a Horizon Award. So this resolution 1743 will recognize those folks that I just mentioned. So, Mr. Vice President, if I may, I would like to move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and Senate Resolution 1743 be adopted by voice vote.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carried. We will now return to the Committee of the Whole with the Senator Erickson in the chair.
We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 340. The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate Bill 340 removes automobile club from the definition of person for purposes of enforcing penalties for violation of the insurance law. So this was brought to us by the Kansas Insurance Department. This is purely a cleanup bill. In 2021, the legislature deregulated automobile clubs through automobile clubs is still referenced in this statute, and this bill removes this reference. So additional information include 2021 SB 78, the Automobile Club Service Act was repealed, including the Kansas Insurance Department's authority over automobile clubs. That passed 113-7 and 33-7. So the change in SB 340 should have been included then. So there's no opponents, no fiscal effect, and this passed out of committee unanimously. So I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Butler? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 340 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will turn our attention to House Bill 2105. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2105 would create the Kansas Earned Wage Access Services Act and authorize the Office of the State Banking Commissioner to regulate earned wage access service providers. Some of you may be asking what earned wage access is. It is a service that is provided to employees by their employers as a benefit that allows them to access earned wages before payday. And so it is done, the companies would sign up with the providers. The providers will then give the employees access to an app. And then if the employee wishes to access some earned wages before actual payday, then they would go on the app and ask for money to be transferred to them in one of two ways. They could either have it ACH to their bank account, which could take 1 to 3 days, and that is free to the employee, or they could ask for it to be the same day and transferred through a debit card and that is a nominal fee of $1.99 to $3.99. There is no recourse on the employee because the employer is the one that will pay back the service provider come payday. There is no interest charged to the employee during the time between when they access their earned wages and when the actual payday is. The framework that is created would require registration of earned wage providers, creates a surety requirement. It establishes requirements of the providers, establishes prohibitions and restrictions of the providers, and it requires annual reporting to the State Banking Commissioner's Office. With that, Madam Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Lyon? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The carrier of the bill would stand for some questions, please.
He's standing.
I guess my first question would be the language in 2105. Has this been through the House chamber already?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
So House Bill 2105 came to us late last year, very late. In fact, it was an exempt bill in the House, came over late. They had passed it out, came over to us. I didn't hear or work the bill last year because shortly after it arrived in my committee, I was told that the service providers wanted some time to see if they could come to an agreement on some different language. And so they did that over the interim. They brought the balloon amendment to our committee, and we heard simultaneously House Bill 2105 as presented from the House and the balloon amendment, and then we adopted the balloon and kicked the bill out.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, and I'm just curious, what was the original House vote on the original measure?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know. I can try to find out if it's that important.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
It would be important to me. Some more questions, Madam Chair. So now is this kind of the continuation of the theme of we're cleaning up the UCCC, and this is part of that ongoing exercise?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I had some distractions. Could he repeat the question?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, no, my question is just, we've had some other, at least one of the bill before us about, I believe, the UCCC language, that whole regulatory scheme. Is this another part of that, or is this something completely different?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not part of the UCCC because this is not part of the credit or the Consumer Credit Code. This is not actually credit. This is just accessing your earned wages prior to payday.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
No, I appreciate that. So that clarification. So I'm going to understand it to be this has nothing to do with that. So I guess here's my question. Is it fair to assume then that this is basically legislation that was brought to us by private industry wanting to implement such a scheme on Kansas employers and employees?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not really have knowledge of who brought it to the House originally. I do have an answer to this question that passed the House last year, 108 to 13. The people that brought it to me were representatives of the earned wage service providers, and that is who worked on the balloon over the summer, and then it was brought to our committee.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Very good. So we talk about the stakeholders having a discussion over the summer, not originally being in alignment. Was it just basically the private industry lenders that would participate under this particular business model? Does this have anything to do with employer or chambers representing employers? Does this have anything to do, say, like with SHRM or somebody who might even remotely represent employees' interests, or was this just basically a debate among the service providers?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure I can answer that question honestly because I was not a part of those discussions they were had among themselves. I can tell you that earned wage access is completely optional, whether the employer wants to offer it. It is also completely optional for the employee on whether they want to access it. I can tell you there are a large number of Kansas employers who are using it. Target, as an example. Casey's General Stores are just two examples offering this benefit to their employees.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
So this is then already being offered, and currently there are currently employees using this in the state of Kansas. Is that correct?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Madam Chair, that is correct. It is being offered and used regularly without any kind of oversight or regulation, and that's what this bill addresses.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Very good. And does the good sir have any idea about how many other states that this is going on, be it either unregulated or some sort of regulatory environment overseeing the activity?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Madam Chair, I do not know the answer to that.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Do we have any idea, thank you, Madam Chair, do we have any idea how long this industry has been in existence anywhere in the country?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
I also don't know the answer to that question. I apologize.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
So would it be a fair characterization, Madam Chair, to say that we have not seen this business model in effect long enough to know from a long-term perspective if this truly is a beneficial service over the long term for both for employees, or we just don't? Are we aware long term there isn't any problems? Are there any possibly hidden surprises we may get, unintended consequences? Was there any discussion of that in the committee as far as the long-term consequences of these services being offered?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were no concerns expressed by either the proponents, opponents, or committee members to that effect.
Okay.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
And were there, I'm just curious, Madam Chair, on the opponents, if there was were the opponents just limited to maybe other industry players who had a squabble about the technical offerings, or was there anybody at the table representing employee interests, human resource interests as part of your discussions?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had no one from those particular groups testify in committee, and I've already explained that I don't know who was all part of the working group that came up with the balloon.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Okay, so let me ask this question, and I want to be sure I understand. Does the employer in these relationships, do they get any sort of compensation from the service providers for offering this to their employees?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
No, Madam Chair, they do not. In fact, the employers are the ones that are paying the service provider so they can offer this as a benefit to their employee.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Then I'm curious, Madam Chair, does the employer get any sort of access or is aware of any sort of transaction of what the employee may be doing, since the employer is on the hook to do the repayment if the employee does not repay the advance?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Madam Chair, I think we can turn to the title of the bill, which is Earned Wage Access. So the employee has to have already earned the wage before it can be accessed. So there is no representation of a loan, or that's why I said it's non-recourse to the employee. The employer simply remits, rather than to the employee, what the employee has accessed prior to payday. That money is paid back to the service provider. The balance is paid to the employee.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out here, Madam Chair, is that basically, if you're talking about a normal pay cycle for a company, I'm assuming, are we basically saying, employee gets paid every week direct deposit in his or her bank account, We're basically talking the fact that now, instead of waiting for that deposit to hit, that ACH transaction to hit the employee's checking account or whatever, they're going to be able to get their hands on that money sooner through a more timely deposit. Would that be correct?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
That is exactly correct.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
So basically what we're talking about is we're talking a savings of probably a few days at most from the time of if the paycheck is actually earned. I assume that's through the pay period. And if basically the company is already processing probably into the week next week, we're talking basically probably typically a delay of 1 to maybe 7 days at most. And this is basically, we're talking about that short of a duration of time frame that this is the benefit being offered to the employee. Is that correct?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that is correct. I think that's, but I also know that very few companies continue to pay weekly payroll. Oftentimes it's either semi-monthly or it's bi-weekly or it's monthly. And so if you are an employee who is paid monthly and you get paid on the 1st and on the 15th you have an emergency that you need some cash for, this is a great way to access it.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would kind of question that statement only from the perspective of I am an employer. I have had numerous employees in the past, and I kind of find it hard to believe that people are getting extended out to month pay cycles. Was there any question, Madam Chair, so another question for the carrier, was there any discussion, I guess, in the conference about basically, is there any sort of legal impact on the right to work relationship between the employer and the employee? Is there any impact to that? Was that discussed at all as far as how that impacts that employer-employee relationship by having this service provided as a benefit of the employer to the employee?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
No, ma'am, there was no discussion of that, but I don't know what path he's going down, but let me assure the body that this is earned wage, and so if they haven't earned it yet, they can't access it yet.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be happy to go down the rabbit hole with the carrier of the bill. Here's where I'm going with this. The employer is going to know those employees, it sounds to me, that those employees who are repeatedly asking for this service. And my concern is basically what you're doing is you are giving the employer potentially a window into the financial stability or lack thereof of that employee. And I'm just wondering I want to be sure in a right to work state where both parties can separate at any given point in time, that we are somehow not building in certain carrots and our sticks that would require either the employer or the employee to maintain that employer-employee relationship or contract longer than the parties individually would absent some sort of a financial crisis. If the carrier of the bill would have any comment, and maybe he has no concerns, that's fine. That would be my one concern about how that might color that employer-employee relationship. Thank you.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Madam Chair, I don't think it would have any effect. This has nothing to do with the right to work statutes of the state. All this does is allow employees to access earned wages on an emergency basis, or, I've got employees that work for me that make a lot of money and are horrible money managers. I have people that work for me that aren't paid very well and are great money managers. So I think everybody's situations are a little bit different. I don't think the management at Target Company is probably sitting around looking at who's accessing their wages or not. I'm sure the payroll people, when they receive the statement from the providers, remit the payroll, and that's all they do.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the carrier of the bill for his patience and his response to my questions. I feel very uncomfortable with this language. To me, we're basically opening up an employee's financial status or condition to an employer. Maybe most employers will be benign with that information. I'm concerned about basically private financial information starting out to be disclosed to employers and how that might impact long-term employer-employee relationships in the Kansas workplace. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to announce to the Senate today is K-State Impact Day, and the university's been very generous to leave us a lot of ice cream in the back if anybody would like some ice cream. If it's not having a melt since this last debate, I wanted to encourage the Senate to go enjoy some ice cream. We have vanilla, chocolate, and Pride Day, so go Cats. Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do stand in support of this bill. When we think about our wages here, if we were actually living on our salaries here, we might need access to this kind of funding, but because most of us don't need the funding that we have here as a salary, we might not experience the same conditions that those working paycheck to paycheck have. This offers a potential, it's already being offered, and it regulates an offer to those folks to have a less onerous way to access those paychecks than some other methods are, and I think that this is a good service that we should support, and putting some regulation around that will help protect those consumers, so I do support this right now. Thank you.
On an announcement, the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
You, Madam Chair, this is wonderful. We have some guests in the gallery with us, a guest of some from Wichita and some from Dodge City, I believe, for Senator Dahl. But Madam Chair, if we would just acknowledge some of our friends from the International Rescue Committee. Thank you for being here with us today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome to the Kansas Senate. Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in support of this bill. I know that some of my friends, some of my tenants have experienced times when their car has broken down or they've gotten a flat tire. They are trying to manage paycheck to paycheck, and this is if it's offered by an employer, a much more responsible way to handle an emergency than to have to go and try to get an exorbitant loan. So thank you.
Other questions for the senator from Lyon? Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you. Question for the carrier of the bill. Is this going on, is this earned wage deal being conducted currently in Kansas?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longvine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it is, by a number of employers. I think we received a list. I don't have it with me, but there's approximately 30 employers across the state that are currently using this. And I just got information from, to answer one of Senator Holland's questions, earned wage access was invented in 2010, so it's about 13 years old.
Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
So it's being done currently. There's nothing preventing it from being done going into the future. So with that in mind, we're adding all this bureaucracy. Is it conceivable that this bureaucracy is being recommended by these few entities that are not from Kansas to create barrier of entry from other competition? Is this more of a premeditated plan to squash competition than it is anything else? It's already being done. It doesn't need this bureaucracy. What's the point of adding on bureaucracy, adding an FTE to the Attorney General's office and all these other non-Republican Party platform following moves? What's the point?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I apologize. I'm not much of a conspiracy theory guy. I think what the purpose of this legislation is to make sure that we know who is offering these services, making sure that we have, since we are dealing with employee wages and employer's money, that we have surety. I think it also establishes some requirements that are made on the providers, and it prohibits and restricts some of the providers from doing things that would be suspect. I don't think it creates any barriers to other companies who wish to enter this space. So I don't think we're providing any kind of barriers to competition or other carriers or providers that may want to do this.
Other questions for the Senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2105 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 434. The chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 434 would exempt the practice of hair removal by sugaring from the definition of cosmetology. The body may remember that a few years ago we exempted hair braiding and just last year eyebrow threading from that same definition. It also states that the definition for sugaring as a method of temporary hair removal from the body by use of paste made from sugar, lemon, and water, or its equivalent to pull hair from follicles. It is administered at room temperature and has no chemicals. It does require, just like we did with the other two services, the Department of Environment would be required to add sugaring to its brochure on infectious control techniques, and the brochure would contain a self-test with questions on the information contained in the brochure. An individual engaged in sugaring would be exempt from the practice of cosmetology. The Department of Environment and also the Cosmetology Board and the department itself said that the existing brochure would only have to be added to. There would be no fiscal note. They would just use their resources internally. I understand also, Madam Chair, that Senator Francisco has what I would consider a friendly amendment. That's a technical amendment, and I will refer to her at this point.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment. I'm glad to hear it's considered friendly, and it's number 3321. It consists of 1 comma and 1 word.
Has it been turned in?
It has been turned in.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Would you like to have your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
I would like to explain it.
Please proceed.
So the process of sugaring, as the senator from Johnson explained, is being added to this bill. On the 3rd page, the paragraphs from lines 23 to 27 talk about the requirement of having the brochure if you want to be exempt, and having completed and have a copy of the self-test, but it also says that has to be at the location, and it says where the individual is braiding hair or threading, that individual may only be doing sugaring, so I'm suggesting we add sugaring to that list.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
I move this amendment.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Additional questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 434 favorable for passage.
As amended.
As amended.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 406. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I think the body will be happy to know that this is, well, I can't make a promise, but I think this is the last time you'll hear from me today. Senate Bill 406 would repeal the Kansas Money Transmitter Act and adopt the Kansas Money Transmission Act. This deals with money transmitters who are oftentimes national companies that work across all 50 states, moving money around. And so this is model legislation that came through. It was requested by the Bank Commissioner's Office. It sets definitions, exemptions, licenses, acquisition control, reporting and records, authorized delegates, disclosures, financial standards, and enforcement. It is quite lengthy, but we had no opponent testimony. We had proponents from the Money Transmission Services Bureau and also the State Banking Commissioner's Office. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the Senate rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 406 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 190. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 190 concerns a waiver of extradition requirement for persons charged with a felony in Kansas as a condition of their release on bond. So when you are released on bond, there are many conditions that the court can place on your conditions of release. One of them could be where you can travel to, where you can have your place of abode, and where you can associate with other persons. Sometimes you're not allowed to associate with maybe some other co-defendants. And oftentimes it involves conditions regarding possession of firearms, and sometimes that First Amendment right about who you can associate with. So what the bill does is it's brought to us by law enforcement, particularly for our counties that border other states. And the reason is because we have persons who are alleged to have committed crimes in Kansas, and they are released on bond, and the release is you make a promise that you'll come back to court. However, you then leave the state and you are arrested on another charge in another state. And then to have you come back to Kansas to stand trial for the charges of the felony that you're charged with, we would have to, as a state, go through extradition processes in the state that you are now arrested in. And an extradition hearing is not a simple process. It involves the local county or district attorney where you are now found to be, not in Kansas. It involves our Attorney General's office. It involves often the governor's office, the governor of the other state, as well as, you can imagine, the Attorney General of the other state, the local prosecutor where you're being arrested or apprehended, and then the jurisdiction where you are being arrested in the other state. So as a way to get those who commit crimes or charged with felonies in Kansas to bring them back to stand trial for those charges, law enforcement has brought us this bill. And this bill, you may or may not remember, but this body has seen this very bill before. So let me return us to almost exactly 2 years ago in this body, in 2022. This exact bill was before the Senate, and we voted on it affirmatively by a vote of 40-0. So it has unanimously passed this body once before. It was sent over to the House, and it was heard, and it wasn't worked over there. So again, this applies only to persons charged with a felony, and it would only come into play if you are arrested on other charges in another state. And with that, Madam Chair, I would be happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the gentle lady.
She's standing.
All right, thanks so much. When I first saw this bill, I thought it was a great bill to help us fight crime. However, as I looked at it and considered it, the extradition process, I was just wondering if the chair of judiciary might comment, is that extradition process what we might consider due process in the eyes of the law?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So due process is generally defined as notice and a fair opportunity to be heard. So oftentimes what happens when you are arrested in another state outside of Kansas, you're not prohibited, unless you are as a condition of your release, from going to those other states. This would only apply if you are arrested on other charges in the other state. So what happens is sometimes the other state, you're charged and then you're released in that other state, and guess what? You leave that other state too. And so you're continually absconding from each state in order to avoid standing trial for your charges. So I'm not sure how to explain it other than that. And again, if you don't want to waive this right, then part of release on bond is you are agreeing with the court. You're agreeing with the court, okay, as a condition of me being released and out of custody, I agree to these things. And this is one of the things that you would be agreeing to if you would want to be released from custody while you are pending trial here on your charges here in Kansas.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I kind of picked that up. I have more concerns now in the sense that we're asking a citizen who's been accused of a crime to give up their right to that due process, that process that's been put in place by our state and other states. It seems like we should rather fix the extradition process versus asking these citizens who've been accused of crimes to basically force them to sign a waiver and to their due process and this extradition process. It seems like the extradition process that is there to protect the rights of the citizens and to make a case why they should or should not be extradited to that state. And so it gives me pause on this particular notion that we'd force them to sign away that right to due process. Madam Chair, thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to remind the body that the court has no obligation to release a defendant on bond. So this would be part of the process. And if you don't want to agree to the waiver, then you wouldn't be released on bond. And I want to share with the body that we have some guidance from the U.S. Supreme Court that the legitimate regulatory goal of community safety, making sure that these persons are going to come back and be in Kansas to stand trial for their felony charges, can, in appropriate circumstances, outweigh an individual's liberty interest. And this is carefully limited in this case, under which the detention may be sought. So again, it only applies if you are arrested in another jurisdiction. If you're in another jurisdiction and you're not arrested, this isn't going to apply. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sit on the Judiciary Committee and am emboldened a little bit by the questions that have been propounded to this bill by the Senator from Leavenworth. And, you know, of course, as was mentioned by the Senator from Johnson, indeed, we all have had an opportunity to weigh in, and I think we unanimously did, perhaps with not as much information as we have before us now, Madam Chair. And some of the concerns that have been raised about due process and the waiver of that due process in order for someone to be at liberty, in order to cut down on the paperwork, as we all want to see the paperwork cut down by bringing people back into custody who may be found out of the jurisdiction where they're standing trial, are well-made points. I appreciate that. I guess my question, and again, full disclosure, I am on the committee, Judiciary Committee. I was there not only during this hearing, but the previous one. But I guess how do we, if we could ask our chair, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Madam Chair, how uniform could this be? How will this compel, should this pass, and I imagine many people have their mind made up on it, but how will we compel, okay, I live in Wyandotte County. I live in Kansas City, Kansas, for example, and some of these waivers, if they're compelled to sign them, may find people right across the river in Kansas City, Missouri, usually Jackson County. What full force and effect, is my question, Madam Chair, would we in Kansas have to have Missouri follow suit should we pass, or when you all pass this law?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill provides that the person who has signed the waiver acknowledges that they shall not be released prior to trial in any other state pending their extradition to Kansas. So again, it is an agreement with the person signing the waiver that you agree if you are arrested in another state for charges there, that you will not be released prior to trial there because you have signed this waiver to come back to Kansas. And oftentimes we do see this, for instance, in the Kansas City area, that we do have persons come in across the state line, they're charged with a crime here in Kansas, and then they leave the state, and it's difficult to prosecute them here in Kansas.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
So understanding the mechanics, then, Madam Chair, if I understand the answer, the Senator from Johnson saying, so in the event, let's say, the defendant, Wyandotte County defendant charged with a felony, signs this document, but then, I can't say absconds because hasn't been convicted yet, but then is in Missouri, Jackson County, arrested or held in Jackson County, Missouri on something else. Because that defendant had signed this or agreed to this, would we then in Kansas, would Wyandotte County just send the document over with their signature to the Missouri court saying, see, we have their commitment to be held, and then we would expect the Missouri court to hold them because of their signature or their agreement in Kansas? You understand what I'm asking, Madam Chair?
Senator from Johnson.
More importantly, does the Senator from Johnson understand?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, there wasn't testimony about logistically how that would work. The bill does require that you, the person who has signed the waiver, you have acknowledged that you shall not be released prior to trial in any other state while you wait your extradition back to Kansas. So the point is you have agreed to come back to Kansas, and the point is you will abide by that agreement. And I can find out if we want to stand at ease for a few minutes about logistically how that would work, but we do have the person and their agreement that they shall not be released prior to trial.
Madam Chair?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Before we go to that, was there an enforcement provision should they decide, well, I signed it, but I don't want to come back, or they can't send me back, or is there some penalty or some additional enforcement provision that might be further incentive for the absconding or the defendant who doesn't want to return but who signed the waiver? Is that found in this, or is there some anticipated penalty or incentive? Madam Chair?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill is as before us, and so I don't see that there's other mechanisms other than what is in the bill. I will, however, add that states give full force and effect to other states as best they can. This has provisions that are directed primarily at the person who has signed and agreed to be bound by their agreement as a condition of their release from custody. And again, if we can stand at ease, I'd be happy to find out more information to answer some of those questions.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
That's purely at the chair's discretion. I kind of understand that this is really probably not, it's not the bill that I thought I voted aye on. In years past, it has a lot of details that need to be worked out beyond that due process, the waiver of due process, and the enforceability of it, especially among other states. I just don't know if it's there. I'm not really quite sure what it's doing, except to try to cut down on the paperwork, which we all want to do. But I appreciate the Senator from Johnson help us struggle through trying to make sense of the policy. But I really, I don't, it would be at her and or your discretion if you wanted to understand the mechanics of it any better and to help clear it up. I would leave that to your discretion, but I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Are there additional questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Madam Chair, I have some information. So logistically, to assert your right to an extradition hearing, you, the defendant, would have to assert that. You, however, as a condition of release here in Kansas, have already waived the right. So you wouldn't be asking for the extradition hearing in the other state. You would simply be retrieved by the state of Kansas and brought back to Kansas because you have already waived your right to ask for that. You haven't waived your right to be proven guilty or anything other than you've waived your right to the extradition process in the other state.
Additional questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have additional information that the Uniform Compact of Extradition applies. So other states are going to be bound by this. And I'm sorry I didn't have that information a few minutes ago. It's a bill strongly supported by everyone here in this chamber who was here in 2022, almost exactly 2 years ago, February 23rd, 2022, and voted unanimously 40-0 in favor of the bill. It is brought to us by our law enforcement community, and it is good policy to help ensure that those who are charged with felonies, felony crimes here in Kansas, can be brought to trial and made to stand and face justice here in Kansas. With that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee reports, it reports Senate Bill, I'm not used to having floor amendments on my own bills, so I do have a floor amendment. I apologize. And it is 3322. It has been turned in. And it is simply a technical amendment, but I'll wait till it's distributed.
Would you like to have your amendment read, or would you like to explain?
No, I'll just explain it. And Body, you have seen this before in another bill today. It simply strikes the words 2022 SUP, which is a reference throughout the bill to, because this is a holdover bill from last year, the statute is no longer in the 2022 supplement. It is simply in statute. So the amendment strikes 2022 SUP in 5 places in the bill. With that, Madam Chair, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Any questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 190 as amended favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 398. The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is brought to us by the Kansas Insurance Department. And Senate Bill 398 authorizes the Commissioner of Insurance to set the amount of certain fees and requires a publication of such fees in the Kansas Register. The bill concerns application, filing, licensure, renewal, certificate of authority fees, and fines issued by the Kansas Department of Insurance. Senate Bill 398 also would grant the Commissioner of Insurance the flexibility to lower more than 100 fees and fines in an amount not to exceed what is in current statute. The Commissioner would have to publish these fees and fines for the next year in the Kansas Register by December 1, so that regulated entities have time to plan their budgets for the next calendar year. There was a model bill that we passed last year at like 122 to 1 and 37 to 3, which granted the commissioner the flexibility to lower some fees on insurance agents and insurance agencies in Kansas. And this legislation is anticipated to save the industry about $1.2 million annually. So this change would not affect any of the agency's operations. So there's no opponents. It passed out of committee unanimously. And with that, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Butler? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to commend the Kansas Insurance Department for doing things like this. I think this is a breath of fresh air with what they're trying to do for the industry. So with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 398 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Body, we will stand at ease. President Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we rise and report progress.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements? Senator from Cali, Majority Leader Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to recess until the sound of the gavel. Republicans will caucus at 3 o'clock in room 548, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Democrats will caucus upon recess, and as soon as we get to room 287 North, I yield back to the Senator from Cowley.
And I would just say, you guys were so good at your work today. We're going to look to see if we can add some non-controversial stuff and take it off of tomorrow's docket. So that's what we're going to be caucusing on. Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Mr. President, I move that we recess to the sound of the gavel.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're in recess. It'll come to order. We will now return to the Committee of the Whole with Senator Erickson in the chair.
We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 473. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 473 is another bill brought to us. We have a lot of bills brought to us by our law enforcement friends, Sheriff's Association, Chiefs of Police Association, and the Peace Officers Association. And it's a bill that's actually a work that they did with the prosecutors regarding this particular situation. So you have a non-person misdemeanor or an unclassified misdemeanor that you're stopped for. And depending on who the entity is that's stopping you, from there, we have different processes. One process is if the city police stop you for this non-person misdemeanor or an unclassified misdemeanor, the police officer can write you a notice to appear, which is a ticket, a citation, and telling you you have to be in court in whatever the date is, and then you are released and you go on your way. Now, if you're stopped for the same behavior, the same non-person misdemeanor, and the same unclassified misdemeanor by the sheriff's department, they would have to take you into custody and book you through and process you right then. Which, for the same conduct, why the two different outcomes if, in the sheriff's department discretion, this is something that, hey, I would like the opportunity also to write you a notice to appear and charge you there, and then you can proceed on your way. That allows the sheriff's department officer to be back on the street fighting crime. And that's what our law enforcement has asked for. Instead of the hours and hours that it takes to process somebody through, and then you're going to be releasing them because it's a non-person misdemeanor and it's an unclassified misdemeanor, why can't we have this procedure where we also can write a notice to appear? It's not an invitation to appear. It's a requirement that you appear. And then we can be back to the business of keeping our streets safe from crime. So what the bill would provide is that if the local law enforcement authority, so that's your police department or your sheriff's department, if they enter into a memorandum of understanding with the district attorney or county attorney that, yes, you may use this procedure where you can write a notice to appear with these certain requirements in it, then we can expedite that process, and we can keep our sheriff's officers on the street fighting other crime. And it would be within the sheriff's discretion or the stopping officer to determine whether to issue the notice to appear or proceed otherwise and take the person into custody, book them that way, and things like that. So again, this is only for jurisdictions that are going to enter into this memorandum of understanding between the prosecutor's office and law enforcement. So with that, Madam Chair, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Gudeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question for the senator from Johnson.
She's standing.
Thank you. So just for clarification, so you're saying that if a police stops an individual for a violation and then they just give them a citation to appear and let them go on their way, but then if the sheriff stops them, that same person in that same jurisdiction as well, they can do the same so those two police and Sheriff's Department who have agreed to within this legislation. So then, instead of them going through this whole paper process and booking them, they can. So I guess my main question is: so, or is it two separate citations, or if the sheriff stops that individual and they run their name and they say, "Oh, you were just stopped by the police," then they let them go, or is it a whole new ticket? So, or charge, or, and Madam Chair, so both police department and sheriff's division can allow the individual to move on with just a citation. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto.
Thank you. So that person with that misdemeanor violation, so this bill is to prevent that whole process, allowing those law enforcement to do other bigger jobs and let that person go with just a citation to appear. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had Johnson County Sheriff's Office testify, former colleague of ours in here, Greg Smith, testified on the bill. He's a deputy with Johnson County Sheriff, and it's pretty simple up in our way. The cities right now, someone gets pulled over, say for drag racing, that's a misdemeanor. You have to appear in court. The city cops can give that ticket. Our sheriff's department giving that ticket would have to take you in, fingerprint you, do all the things, and then you're going to be released on your own reconnaissance. They want to be able to do the same as the local cops, be able to have you just appear in court and move on their day and not have to take you to the jail and process you. It saves law enforcement time. It saves everybody time, saves the embarrassment of the person. I think this is great. It's kind of streamlining and putting everybody on the same level. So I applaud this bill. I think it's a very good bill, and it'll make people's life better. Thank you.
Other questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this time no technical amendments to the bill. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 473 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 462. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 462 simply allows those who qualify for the military even exchange program, allows director vehicles to waive the skills and knowledge test for CDL. The bill also removes authorization for rules and regs for our technical colleges. They've been doing the testing since 2014 with agreements to the state, and rules and regs have not been promulgated or needed. With that, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move when the committee rises and report Senate Bill 462 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 272. The chair recognizes the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to adopt the committee report and explain the bill.
Move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The Kansas Airport Improvement Program is a program that exists today. It is statutorily funded through the State Highway Fund at an amount of $5 million annually. However, In the past couple of years, it has been funded budgetarily at the amount of $10 million. After studying the volume of repair necessary to our 109 general aviation airports that are not primary airports, the Kansas Department of Transportation has suggested that that amount be moved to $15 million annually. Senate Bill 272 makes that change to $15 million annually. And with that, I will stand for questions on Senate Bill 272.
The questions for the senator from Saline. Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just see in the sup note, it says we're budgeting $8 million more than the governor's budget. What's that money going for?
Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The original bill would have been at 18 million. It's at 15 million, so just a correction that would be 5 million above the governor's request. And the reason for that additional 5 million is that we were kind of guessing as to how much it would take to maintain the airports at the need that is out there until the Kansas Department of Transportation's Division of Aviation studied the airports that are under the Kansas Airport Improvement Program and found that the amount of repair that is necessary and the grants that are being requested requires approximately $15 million per year. So our guess of 18 million wasn't that far off. 10 million wasn't that far off. It is closer to 15 million that would start to alleviate some of the need that's out there at all of those airports. And I would note that these airports are regionally across the state, from the Johnson County Executive Airport to smaller airports that are required for air ambulance services in the western parts of our state.
I figured
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I figured there was a good explanation. I just wanted to ask when I seen an increase. Thank you.
Other questions for the senator from Saline? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports Senate Bill 272 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 362. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
I move to adopt the committee report.
I'm sorry.
I don't think there was one on
There is not a committee report on this one. It's on the next one. To explain the bill.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 362 would remove the expiration date of July 1, 2024 for the Sedgwick County Nuisance Abatement Act. They came in and testified, Sedgwick County did, and said because we gave them this tool in the toolbox that they did not have to go through any of the procedures to remove the nuisances that are on the property, and that the people had quickly found out about this tool for them and ended up cleaning up their property by themselves. This act also does not apply to any land, structures, machinery, equipment, or vehicles used in agricultural activity defined in the continuing law to include growing, raising of horticulture and agricultural crops. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 362 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 162. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
I move adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Senate Bill 162 is kind of a Me Too bill to the Sedgwick County one. This would create Riley County's Unincorporated Area Nuisance Abatement Act and also Crawford County's Unincorporated Nuisance Abatement Act. The bill would authorize the Board of County Commissioners to order removal or abatement of any nuisances within the unincorporated area. So the bill basically is written the same way as the Sedgwick County bill as far as procedures. The only change that we made was we strengthened the language at the request of Kansas Grain and Feed to ensure that any agricultural activities would not be impacted or under this current, this law. We also in the committee changed or added the oil and gas industry as well, as we know that there's you know, abandoned wells and things like that, and we see pipe and things like that out there, and the committee thought that was a good idea. And you'll notice that the way the bill is written is 2 different sections, and that was the way they had to do it, I guess, so we don't get involved in uniformity issues. With that, Madam Chair, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Sedgwick. The bill clearly adds that the legislature declares it's the policy of this state to protect and encourage the production and processing of food and other agricultural products. And that, as she noted, aligns with what is in the Sedgwick County bill. Is there a reason that we would pick one particular energy sector, oil and gas, that probably has less to do with our policy to promote agriculture?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGeehan.
Because that was the only one that was requested in committee. And I believe I did have a conversation with the senator from Douglas afterwards. This probably could be something that needs to be addressed in another decade or so as we continue to expand wind and solar.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that, and especially because I think Riley County and Crawford County do not have a significant amount of oil and gas production. It's probably not a problem to have added it in this bill.
Other questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move that when the committee rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 162 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 433. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill was worked in committee yesterday, and had we had time, it would have been put on the consent calendar. But it's brought to us by KDADS. It's just to clarify the practice and privileges of institutional license holders who are employed by KDADS or the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services or the Kansas Department of Corrections or by a third party contracted by the institution. So it would be 1, 2, or 3. And several times this bill had been changed over the years, and they realized that it was causing a problem, and they wanted to allow state hospitals to increase their employment of doctors, as the current language of the statute prevents employers from hiring institutional doctors that practice physical medicine only. So if you look on the first page of the bill, you'll notice there was an and on line 28, and then there was an or on line 6 on page 2. By striking the and, which is how it was intended to be and used to be, then it reads you can do 1, 2, or 3 in order to be hired. And the way it reads currently is you must do 1 and 2. So all they really did was strike the and. The rest is clarification language. The only opponent was the Kansas Medical Society, who came back after the hearing and said, we have no objection to this bill. And for that, I stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I apologize to the good senator. I didn't have the bill in front of me during caucus. I only had the notes, supplemental notes. So as I'm reading the bill on page 2, line 9, there is a strikeout of holds a Kansas license, and then it inserts the words authorized by the State Board of Healing Arts. That seems like a substantial change. I'd just like to get clarification, if I may.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I don't have a clarification. This must have been something that was arranged. This wasn't brought up in the hearing. and must have been, I guess, a Kansas license authorized by the State Board of Healing Arts would be a Kansas license because they're the ones who license the doctors under that section. Again, we were just told that this was a cleanup bill.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that, but it says the current language is who holds a Kansas license, and then the new language is authorized by the State Board of Healing Arts. So is the implication the State Board of Healing Arts, the Kansas State Board of Healing Arts, and why the license just limited to them? I don't know enough about these licensing, and the revisers are on the phone right now trying to get a question.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I can only say that currently I know of, it is the State Board of Healing Arts that licensing, and they oversee the practice of medicine and surgery. So again, this is probably just a cleanup from some years past, but I could wait to find out from the revisers or from KMS. Or KDADS if somebody's available.
We will pass over Senate Bill 433. And we will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 467. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 467. Got to turn to my notes here. Has to do with the Kansas tourism. So we know that they moved from wildlife and parks to commerce. And so much of it has to do with changing the verbiage to the Department of Commerce. They want to add to their advisory committee 3 different positions, one with the National Independent Venue Association, one with the Kansas Museum Association, and one with Kansas Sampler Foundation. And so some representative from those organizations would then also be included on the advisory board. And then lastly, the piece that this bill includes is the Attraction Development Grant. So as they look at matching grants for local projects through money that tourism is given from the Department of Commerce, right now 75% of those projects have to be public, 25 can be other. But then when they look at who actually applies for those, it's about 50-50, 50 public, 50 private, so it's changing that to 50-50%. And that's the majority of it. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 467 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention back to Senate Bill 433. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Madam Chair, I do not have additional information. We're waiting to hear back from the Department of KDADS.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage Senate Bill 433.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Erickson in the chair. Recommended, Senate Bill 423, HB 2105, SB 406, SB 272, SB 162, be amended by the adoption of the committee reports and the bills be passed as amended. SB 356, 339, 345, 338, 405, 340, 473, 462, 362, 433, and 467 be passed. House Bill 2247 be amended by the adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute bill and the substitute bill be passed. Senate Bill 318 be amended on motion of Senator Olson and Senator Warren and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 434 be amended on motion of Senator Francisco and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 190 be amended on motion of Senator Warren and the bill be passed as amended. And Senate Bill 493 be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, adoption of the report.
Thank you. I move we adopt the committee report.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Report's adopted. Consideration of appointments. Chair recognizes Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. In compliance with Senate Rule 55, the appointments of Mark Ingham and Andrew French are ready for consideration. Are there any questions?
Seeing no questions.
Mr. President, I move the appointments be confirmed.
We will hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following: the appointments of Ingham and French. Clerk will read the names.
By the Governor, Fire Marshal, State Fire Marshal, Mark Ingelholm. Member of the State Corporation Commission, Andrew French.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Glaze. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Hulscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Forty having voted in favor and none opposed to the confirmation of Mark Ingham, and 36 in favor and 2 opposed to the appointment of Andrew French. These two appointments, having received the constitutional majority, are hereby declared confirmed. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. Clerk will read. Thank you.
Senate Bill number 526, by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill number 527, by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning abortion. Senate Bill number 528, by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning abortion. Senate Bill number 529 by Committee on Ways and Means, an act creating the Dwayne Peasley Technical Training Center District Act.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 526 through Senate Bill 529. Reports of standing committees. Clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends House Bill 2465 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends Senate Bill 500 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends Senate Bill 391 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 482 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends Senate Bill 491 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends Senate Bill 481 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends House Bill 2545 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends Senate Bill 352 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 484 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 376 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends Senate Bill 476 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
Before adjourning, are there announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Republicans will caucus tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in room 548. I yield to Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas.
Mr. President, the Senate Democrats will caucus at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning in room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Thursday, February 22nd, 2024.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate's adjourned.